80.9 million miles on this mission. Once he lands a few hours from now in Kazakhstan, Novitsky will have logged 531 days in space during his 3 flights. He also conducted the first 3 spacewalks of his career in excess of 22 hours in the void of space. For the 2 spaceflight participants coming home with Novitsky, their statistics equally impressive: 12 days in space, 192 orbits of the Earth, a mission spanning 5.1 million miles. Shapenko and Peresild are all set to come home. The Russian search and recovery forces, called Rosaviatsa, will be poised to recover the crew, extract them from the Soyuz spacecraft following the landing that is scheduled at 11:35 and 42 seconds p.m. Central Time, which will be 10:35 and 42 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time at the landing site on Sunday morning.
Ready for...
About 4.5 hours ago, Peresild, Shapenko, and Novitsky bid farewell to their crewmates on the station, including cosmonaut Anton Shkaplerov, who they launched with on October 5th. They then floated into the Soyuz vehicle to suit up and conduct leak checks of their suits and the docking interface between the Soyuz and the Nyoka multipurpose laboratory module to which it is attached. This is a replay of the video that showed the 3 crew members getting inside the Soyuz vehicle, and ultimately Shkaplerov closing the station hatch on the other side of the Soyuz hatch that you saw swinging closed just a moment ago. Hatch closure occurred at 3:41 p.m. Central Time, and the hatches were formally and finally latched for good at 4:54 p.m. Central Time. The 3 crew members aboard Soyuz, who had earlier activated their spacecraft, conducted leak checks of their Sokol suits, as well as the docking interface between the Soyuz and the Nyoka multipurpose laboratory module, as the countdown clocks here in Mission Control are ticking backward, less than 8 minutes away from the issuance of the command to begin the opening of the hooks that hold the Soyuz to Nyoka. It will take about 90 seconds for those hooks to disengage, and at 8:14 p.m. Central Time, 9:14 p.m. Eastern Time, there will be physical separation by the Soyuz from the Nyoka multipurpose laboratory module. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another, and the Soyuz will be on its way home.
Copy.
You will be hearing the interpreted discussions between Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside Moscow with the crew on board the Soyuz. They will refer to the call sign for Novitsky of his spacecraft, which is Kazbek. Kazbek being one of the major mountains in the Caucasus and one of the highest peaks in Russia. That is what Novitsky has used throughout his career as the call sign for his Soyuz vehicle. The landing by the Soyuz a few hours from now in Kazakhstan will be the first landing by an all-Russian crew since Sergei Zalyotin and Alexander Kaleri returned to Earth on June 16, 2000 on the Soyuz TM-30 spacecraft after they spent time decommissioning the Mir space station. The last time a Soyuz returned to Earth without a U.S. astronaut on board was September 12, 2015, when a Russian cosmonaut, a European visiting crew member, and a Kazakh cosmonaut landed in Kazakhstan.
S-17 command. Yes, you can go ahead and issue S-17. Headlight power.
И действия в рамке, которые по указанию Земли тоже можно выдать. R7 команда.
And also
R5 один раз.
R5, that is in...
At this hour, the International Space Station is flying from southwest to northeast over western China at an altitude of 258 miles. Everything is in readiness, the station in good shape, as is the Soyuz MS-18. This is the spacecraft that Novitsky launched on, along with NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Russian cosmonaut Pyotr Dubrov, back on April 9th. Peresild and Shapenko, the two spaceflight participants, as we mentioned a moment ago, launched on the Soyuz MS-19 spacecraft back on October 5th. With Anton Shkaplerov, he stays on board the station and will come home at the end of March with Vande Hei and Dubrov. Vande Hei and Dubrov are expected to log 355 days in space. That will mark the longest mission, single mission, by an American astronaut in history. At the moment of undocking, Expedition 65 will formally come to an end, and Expedition 66 will formally begin under the command of European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, who will remain the commander of the station for the next couple of weeks until he hands over command of the complex to Anton Shkaplerov. Pesquet is scheduled to return to Earth with his Crew Dragon crewmates, Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, and Aki Hoshide of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency in early November.
From the external camera.
Less than 4 minutes away now from the initiation of the undocking command to begin the opening of the hooks, holding Soyuz in place. A good view of the Soyuz docked to the Naoka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, which arrived at the station in late July, one of the largest modules on the International Space Station. At the same port to which the Soyuz is currently attached, a node module is going to be launched in November to dock to that same port. That will provide multiple docking ports for Russian vehicles, both Soyuz and Progress vehicles, in the future.
Moscow Station, space to ground 1. Go ahead.
Через 2 минуты включаем.
I have started to receive the image of the vehicle camera. System. Time is incrementing and data is populating. Copy, Piotr, thank you. Armed. Input 2 is rebooted and is operational at this time.
Олег, у тебя на инфу 1 что сейчас?
Alec, what does info?
The station is currently flying over the area of China that saw the launch of 3 Chinese astronauts on Shenzhou 13
SSVP.
on Friday morning, U.S. time.
We have.
Those 3 astronauts arrived at their space station about 6 hours after their launch. Everything is in place. The Russian search and recovery forces will be departing Karaganda, Kazakhstan, the staging city for the recovery operations, to head to Zhezkazgan, and then will board Russian Mi-8 helicopters to fly the short distance, about a 30-minute helicopter ride down to the landing site to begin to recover the crew following touchdown.
Shall I go with the next one? D7. Copy D7 at the scheduled time.
About 1 minute until the initiation of the undocking command.
D7 docking and internal transfer.
Novitsky is in the center seat of the descent module, the center section of the 3-section Soyuz spacecraft, flanked on his left by Klim Shapenko and on the right by Yulia Peresild.
Олег, выбери на инфу 2 формат блиц.
On info 2, could you please select rendezvous display?
Очень громко. Принял. 4-12, команда D17.
D17.
Да, подтверждаю.
G17 probe latches retracted. Command is armed. At foot 12,
Принято.
command is issued.
Олег, выбери на МПУ-2 формат сближения.
Could you please select rendezvous display on input 2? In work.
Выбрал.
Selected.
The undocking command has been issued,
And the video TV
and the report is that hooks are now driving open.
copy.
We're expecting physical separation
Issued.
at 8:14 p.m. Central Time, 9:14 p.m. Eastern.
Олег, успеешь выдать команду R9?
Alec, how about R9 command? Will you
After physical separation, there'll be a pair of separation burns by the Soyuz engine to increase its opening rate away from the International Space Station.
R9 command is issued. Copy. For the external docking camera power.
And physical separation confirmed, undocking confirmed. Soyuz MS-18 is now free of the International Space Station. Undocking occurring on time at 8:14 p.m. Central Time, 9:14 p.m. Eastern Time, as the International Space Station flew 258 miles over northeastern China.
We're on page 43 and we do have
Expedition 65 is now in the history books. Expedition 66 formally underway.
Олег, контролирую
Олег.
посторонних предметов.
This view now from an external camera on the Soyuz vehicle as it backs away from the new Naoka multipurpose laboratory module.
that is not visible yet.
The first separation burn will occur about 2 minutes from now, an automated 8-second burn.
Copy. I don't see anything with the camera at this time. Input 2 is in the way.
Ну, ты контролируй ПВСК.
Check via OSK.
ПВСК такой же узел не виден.
That's
Формат движения на МПО.
not visible. I'm on input 1 and the docking node is clean.
Принято.
Copy.
The report from Oleg Novitsky on the condition of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module docking port.
Прошло 2 минуты.
It has been 2 minutes. Checking depot.
Так, ожидаем включения первого вводного импульса.
It's expecting the first burn in 20 seconds.
Десять секунд.
10 seconds.
Есть включение депо.
Depot activation, the first burn.
And the first separation burn being executed
Duration monitor.
and complete. An 8-second separation burn. The next separation burn about a minute from now will be a 15-second burn. Novitsky, Parasild, and Shapenko leaving the International Space Station.
No, you're not going to have the maneuver in this.
The actress and her producer-director leaving a high-flying movie set that they spent 12 days shooting scenes for a film entitled Challenge.
Ожидаем второй импульс через 20 секунд.
In 20 seconds, expecting the next burn.
Контролируем отработку импульса.
Yes. Monitor the duration of the burn.
Так, 5 секунд.
5 seconds.
Есть работа ДПО.
DPO activation.
Second burn underway.
Copy.
This increases the opening rate.
Есть отключение от работы 15 секунд.
12 seconds
По странице 44.
burn. We are on page 44.
Есть
Отработали, да, импульс принято.
Copy.
Да, отлично. Выполняем заключительную операцию.
Perfect. Now
Принял.
final operations.
Так, вдув акселерометр погасли.
Reduce accelerometer. Off accelerometer is not illuminated. Issuing E2.
И1.
No, E1. E1.
Я один. Выдал команду E2.
Inhibiting dynamic modes. E1.
И1 надо выдать.
Команда E1 выдана.
E1. Computer control inhibited.
И выбираем первый коллектор.
And now select
Один.
the first manifold, A1.
Two good burns and on-time departure for the Soyuz MS-18 with Novitsky, Parasild, and Shapenko on board.
Принято.
The Soyuz and the International Space Station flying free from one another as they begin to pass over the northwestern Pacific Ocean.
ПП, фару.
Now deactivate docking and internal transfer system
Принял.
in the headlight.
Команда D8 выдана.
D8 command is deactivated and G17 is no longer illuminated.
С11 не горит.
F11 not illuminated.
Принято.
Copy. S11.
Так, фара выключена.
The headlight is off.
17.
Issuing V18 command.
Все верно.
Correct.
The upper section of the Soyuz, the bulbous section, is called the orbital module. The three crew members are strapped in their seats in the center section, called the descent module. That's the section that returns to Earth for its landing in Kazakhstan. The lower section, the white trunk, and the solar arrays, that's the instrumentation and propulsion module. The deorbit burn that we'll discuss in more detail a few moments from now will set the stage for the Soyuz to begin its return to Earth and its descent back into the atmosphere. About 30 minutes after the deorbit burn, the pyrotechnic separation of those three sections will take place.
Thank you guys. It's good to see you. See you again in half a year.
Контролирую параметры КДУ.
Alec, let's check KDU parameters.
После этого можно будет
Так, шар баллоны 155, 155.
155 for propellant bottle and 428 is the propellant value. Copy.
Так, готов выдать команду.
Ready to issue
На включение движения.
input to command
Секунду, Олег, сейчас.
for video
Да,
deactivation. Stand by here, Alec.
так, на инфу 1
On info 1,
высвечивается формат ВКО.
I have VKU inaudible.
Ну, сейчас мы сейчас отключим телевидение. И все.
Okay. Yes, I see the video monitoring system is still on, but we are going to turn it off from the ground. I copy.
Once again, you're looking at the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft with Oleg Novitsky, the veteran Russian cosmonaut, Russian actress Yulia Peresild, and producer-director Klim Shipenko on board. The undocking occurring just over 10 minutes ago at 8:14 p.m. Central Time, 9:14 p.m. Eastern Time. The Soyuz executing two pre-programmed departure burns to increase its opening rate away from the station, where a little over 2 hours and 17 minutes from now there'll be a large engine firing of 4 minutes and 39 seconds, a deorbit burn that will basically be a braking maneuver to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. Its computers honed in on a landing site 92 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan.
Олег, можно выдать команду. Вот
Alec, you can go ahead with the next command.
This is not the only Russian vehicle movement for this upcoming week. On Wednesday, the unpiloted ISS Progress 78 craft will undock from the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, back away to a distance of just over 100 miles from the station, and then conduct a re-rendezvous and an automated redocking to the same Naoka docking port that the Soyuz just departed from, the redocking occurring on Thursday night. That is designed to enable the Progress 78 to work in tandem with the Naoka's propellant system to conduct a leak check of that propellant system on the new multipurpose laboratory module in advance of using Naoka for attitude control, orientation control of the station.
Copy.
Принял.
Copy.
Flying 258 miles over the Pacific, a good view of the departing Soyuz vehicle. The 3 crew members in good shape on board, following the track of the Soyuz and the condition of their systems as they move further and further away from the International Space Station. At this point, the crew on board the Soyuz has a bit of free time. Russian flight controllers will be uplinking information to the onboard computers that updates the landing site location if required. The crew shortly will report on its readiness to begin its descent after the deorbit burn that is planned at 10:41 and 46 seconds p.m. Central Time. The Russian search and recovery forces, called Rosaviatsa, they are employing their full complement of a dozen Russian Mi-8 helicopters, 3 Antonov fixed-wing aircraft, and at the landing site they'll have a variety of all-terrain vehicles to assist in the extraction of the crew from the Soyuz vehicle following its landing. The crew will have a few minutes to get its land legs back a bit as they sit in chairs near their capsule following their extraction. They'll be then carried in those chairs to a nearby inflatable medical tent to get out of their Sokol launch and entry suits and into more comfortable flight clothing. They will be brought back to 3 respective helicopters for a flight of almost 2 hours back to the staging city in Karaganda, Kazakhstan, where they will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. Once again, the Soyuz continuing to depart to a greater and greater distance away from the International Space Station. The timeline from this point calls for the Soyuz to reach its deorbit burn distance from the station just a couple of hours from now. The deorbit burn to be executed at 10:41 and 46 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:41 and 46 seconds p.m. Eastern. It will be a 4-minute 38-second braking maneuver, retrograde, to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its descent back to Earth. Right after the deorbit burn is executed, the orbital module, the uppermost section, the bulbous section of the three-section Soyuz vehicle, will be depressurized. That will set the stage for the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz some 29 minutes after the deorbit burn itself. The module separation, that pyrotechnic separation of the three sections, is scheduled at 11:10 p.m. Central Time, just before atmospheric entry.
Moscow Station on Space to Ground 1. Go ahead, Peter. And radiogram 0520. All steps are complete. And all files are in directory named after the number of the radiogram. I need you to go to reposition the MLM Soyuz PEV to closed position. Oh, we copy that. We'd like you to stick to the timeline, the time of transitioning the MLM Soyuz PEV to closed position. Actually, I have a correction to make. The specialist just told me that they're ready for PEV to be closed. Copy in work. Moscow Station on Space to Ground 1. MLM Soyuz PEV is in the closed position. Copy, Peter. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, half a world away at the Russian Mission Control Center. This view from a balcony camera overlooking their space station flight control room. Their flight controllers in charge of tonight's activities as they talk to the crew on board the Soyuz MS-18. The Soyuz commander Oleg Novitsky, flanked by spaceflight participants Klim Shipenko and Yulia Peresild. Undocking occurring about 27 minutes ago. At 8:14 p.m. Central Time, 9:14 p.m. Eastern Time, the Soyuz moving further and further away from the International Space Station at this point. Just 2 hours from now, at the prescribed distance away from the station, the Soyuz will execute a 4-minute, 38-second deorbit burn as depicted in this animation. It is a braking maneuver, a retrograde firing of the Soyuz engines to slow the vehicle down, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its descent back to Earth. 29 minutes after the deorbit burn, the module separations will be commanded, a pyrotechnic separation of the three sections. The crew inside the center section, called the descent module, will then be barreling back into the Earth's atmosphere and entering into the plasma regime just around 11:14 p.m. Central Time for about 5 minutes of peak heating on the vehicle. Once they emerge from that regime, the command will be issued to open up parachutes, first a drogue chute to slow the Soyuz down, followed by the deployment of a main parachute, a huge parachute that you're familiar with from watching previous Soyuz landings. Here's the animation that shows the main parachute being deployed and the drogue chute being jettisoned. That then is the final slowing down of the vehicle, other than the firing of the braking rockets just a couple of feet off the ground that will soften the impact of landing for the three crew members. Landing scheduled at 11:35 and 42 seconds p.m. Central Time, 10:35 and 42 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time on Sunday morning. The weather forecast at the landing site is expected to be very, very good for the crew's return. Clear skies, light winds, temperatures in the mid-40s Fahrenheit. So with the Soyuz having undocked on time, with the three crew members on board, everything is in readiness for their return to Earth, and we will be ready to bring all of that to you in just an hour and a half from now. We'll be back on the air at 10:15 p.m. Central Time, 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time with deorbit burn and landing coverage, including what we expect will be live video The three-section Soyuz spacecraft will be depressurized. That, in essence, sets the stage for the module separation, the pyrotechnic firing that will separate the three sections of the Soyuz from one another. The Soyuz will move just right after that to a range of some 125 kilometers away from the International Space Station, at which time VHF voice communications is expected to be at best ratty and perhaps unavailable, as the geometry of the Soyuz antennas and the antennas on the International Space Station becomes no longer useful for voice communication back to the ground. You'll hear a beep, beep, beep sound. That is the radar system on the Soyuz communicating beacon signals, basically. That will be picked up by the Antonov fixed-wing aircraft that will be flying around the landing site, serving as an airborne command and relay center to relay information about the condition of the crew and the progress of the Soyuz as it descends back to Earth to the flight controllers that you see there in the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov. Coming up on about 12 and a half minutes until the deorbit burn, everything on the Soyuz is in good shape. The crew reported to be in good shape and good spirits on board as they prepare for the final leg of their journey back to Earth and a completion of 12 days of movie making aboard the International Space Station. The Expedition 66 crew on board the station, which is asleep at this hour, with the exception of the two Russian cosmonauts, Anton Shkaplerov and Pyotr Dubrov, they are now a new increment, the Expedition 66 increment beginning formally at the time of the undocking of the Soyuz a little over 2 hours ago. The commander of the space station, European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, will be in control of station operations for the next couple of weeks until he hands over command of the station to Shkaplerov before Pesquet returns to Earth himself with his Crew Dragon crewmates of Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide. They are scheduled to return to Earth in early November.
You're feeling great? And everything's good? All right, everything's fine, and we are standing by for the EKV inhibit command. That's right.
The Russian flight controllers told Novitsky a short time ago that because the communications between the ground and the Soyuz spacecraft are expected to be somewhat intermittent at best, perhaps non-existent, they have advised him to continue reporting on the condition of the Soyuz and the condition of he and his crewmates, even if there's no response that he hears on board from the Russian flight controllers. You will hear them call the spacecraft by Novitsky's call sign of Kazbek. That's one of the major mountains in the Caucasus and one of the 10 highest peaks in Russia. Novitsky choosing, as all Soyuz commanders do, a call sign for their vehicle. Coming up on the 8.5-minute mark before the initiation of the deorbit burn using the Soyuz main engine. Again, this will be a 4-minute, 38-second retrograde maneuver, a braking maneuver, to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second. During the course of that deorbit burn, Novitsky will be calling out duration and chamber pressure readings. You'll be hearing that through the interpreter.
Так, есть разворот.
Maneuver confirmed, and that's on
Принято.
display 42. Copy.
Олег,
Oleg,
спуски ведем даже при
I confirm in attitude, and I'm sending the unintelligible command.
Докладываем при отработке импульса, докладываем отработанное время.
So please set in the
Параметры.
delta V. Please also set in the burn
По отработке импульса.
and report on the progress and the result of the burn. Copy. Just provide a running commentary to us. Will do.
Так, ну тогда можно
I sent T Tango 3 command and S9 command. S9 is illuminated. Copy.
The Soyuz is reported to be in the correct orientation for the deorbit burn that will begin less than 6.5 minutes from now.
Москвы, Казбек, на борту порядок.
Moscow, this is Kazbek. Everything's fine on board. Copy.
Олег, на формат, на INPO1 формат контроль.
Oleg, please select control
Формат контроль.
on display on the input panel 1.
Стоит на маневре.
And just wanted to say that in attitude is set to
Можно
maneuver.
таблицу на формате контроль по параметрам.
Great. Let's look at, we can actually look at the table that's on the control display.
Принято.
Copy.
Five minutes now until the deorbit burn. Everything in good shape on the Soyuz. At the airport in Zhezkazgan, which is where the Russian Mi-8 helicopters have been staged, the selected recovery personnel in those helicopters have their helicopter rotors spinning, ready to take off one by one for about a 35-minute helicopter ride down to the landing site, where they will be pre-positioned in a racetrack pattern to await the arrival of the Soyuz under its main chute. You can see the trajectory as the Soyuz will move from southwest to northeast to its landing site, about 92 miles to the southeast of Zhezkazgan.
Олег, за минуту до включения двигателя.
Oleg,
Контроль.
1 minute prior to thruster activation, please monitor BIOS power supply and GSO in attitude. Copy.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark until the start of the deorbit burn. Again, this will be a 4-minute, 38-second engine firing to begin the trip home for Novitsky, Peresild, and Shapenko. One minute till the deorbit burn begins.
Минута до включения.
1 minute to SKD activation, and we confirm SKD cover is open. We confirm power to BIOS in attitude GSO. And we confirm mode stable. G3 command for COM session activation has been sent. We copy.
Есть готовность BIOS на СУС.
BIOS and SUS are ready.
Принято.
10 seconds from the deorbit burn.
Есть включение двигателя.
Thruster activation is confirmed.
Принято.
Deorbit burn is now underway.
Секунд.
15 minutes. First burn, 0.46. Parameters are all nominal. 30 seconds. Burn is 14 meters.
Принято.
Copy.
Good parameters so far being reported by Novitsky on board the Soyuz MS-18.
Принято.
We copy all.
Минута 10.
1 minute,
1,2.
10 seconds.
Норма.
All parameters are nominal.
Принято.
3 0.47. We copy.
Минута 3,
1 minute, 30 seconds.
42.
1 minute, 38 seconds into the burn, 3 minutes to go. Everything reported to be going well.
And then 0.47. We copy all.
Две минуты 54,7. NX 47. Параметр норма.
2 minutes, 54.7 and 0.47. And everything's nominal on board. We copy all.
Время 2:20, импульс 64.
2:20. The burn is 64. We copy.
2:30, 60.
2:30. 69.3.
Принято.
Copy.
Две минуты 55.
2 minutes, 55 seconds.
1,9.
81.9 and then 0.48. And all parameters are nominal.
Три минуты 15.
3 minutes,
1,3.
15 seconds, 91.3, 0.48. All the parameters, the burn is 91.3. All the parameters are nominal. We copy.
Три 40.
340. Burn is
NX 040.
102.5.
Параметр
0.48 is the second number, and everything's fine on board. Copy.
Less than a minute left in the deorbit burn, everything going well.
4 минуты.
4 minutes. 112.5 for the burn.
Принято.
Copy.
Четыре 20, 122 метра.
122 meters at 4
Ожидаем ГК.
minutes 20 seconds.
Standing by for a nominal cutoff.
For CGK main engine cutoff.
Включение двигателя.
And we confirm.
And we have the end of the deorbit burn. It was a nominal burn. A veteran Russian actress, her producer-director, and a veteran Russian cosmonaut are on their way home.
Copy.
As the deorbit burn was completed, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters at the airport in Zhezkazgan began to depart one by one, headed for the landing site to await the arrival of the Soyuz MS-18 under its main parachute.
Так, работа по странице 56.
And I'm moving on to page 56. Guys, page 56.
До разделения
Copy.
чуть меньше 23 минут.
And there is less than 23 minutes till separation.
Олег,
Copy.
посмотри, пожалуйста,
Oleg,
время ГК.
would you please verify what was GK time?
Принял. Сейчас, секунду.
I copy. Please stand by.
Так, ГК 06
ГК
19.
064619.
619.
Okay? 064619. Right.
Какой импульс отработали?
And could you please check what burn are you done with?
7,99.
Well, it was 127.99 for the burn. Wonderful.
Давление в БО 89, 786.
Bow pressure is 89 and descent module pressure SR is 786. Copy.
Так, по странице 56, не позднее переделили минус
All right.
4.
No later than separation 0.7 and
Верно. Ну, время отслеживайте по
so talking over each other. So no later T separation minus 0.6.
Так, Юля, дашь мне?
Yulia, could you give me the rotational hand control? It needs to be in the transport position. Let me still this one.
Молодец, спасибо.
Good job. Thank you so much.
Так, и руч мне передашь?
And could you give me the hand controllers? Yes, of course.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Взял.
Right. I got it.
Что Москву, Казбеку, на борту порядок.
Moscow, this is Kazbeki. Everything's fine on board.
Принято.
Copy.
Слышим вас хорошо.
And we read you loud and clear.
Oleg Novitsky reporting back to Russian flight controllers that everything is in good shape on board. He and his crewmates having completed a successful deorbit burn of 4 minutes and 38 seconds. The uppermost section of the three-section Soyuz vehicle, the orbital module, was depressurized as planned 10 seconds after the completion of the burn, setting the stage for module separation that is coming up about 15 minutes from now. We're about 2 minutes away from the point at which the Soyuz will be too far away from the station to ensure solid VHF voice communications. Sometimes those communications will hang in there for a bit longer, sometimes not, based on the geometry of the Soyuz antennas and those on the International Space Station. So we'll be standing by to see what kind of comm we have as the crew descends back to a landing site 92 miles to the southeast of Zhezkazgan. Touchdown expected 40 minutes from now. All the events of the day have gone as planned. The crew on the Soyuz vehicle having said farewell to their space station colleagues who they spent the last 12 days with in the case of Peresild and Shapenko, and for Novitsky the last 6.5 months. The hatch was closed on the Soyuz vehicle and subsequently on the space station at 3:41 p.m. Central Time and latched about an hour later. Undocking occurring on time at 8:14 p.m. Central Time as the International Space Station and the Soyuz MS-18 flew 258 miles over northeastern China. And as we've been describing, the deorbit burn occurring on time.
We are here,
На борту порядок.
and we copy that everything's good on board.
Мы вас услышим довольно неплохо.
We read you pretty well, Moscow.
Принято.
Copy.
The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are airborne, heading from Zhezkazgan to the landing site. That's about a 35-minute helicopter ride. Once at the landing site, they will fly in an oval-shaped racetrack pattern, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz, its voice and data communications to be relayed through an Antonov fixed-wing aircraft that is essentially a flying command and control center relaying data and information back to the Russian mission control in Korolyov. You're looking at a live view from a balcony camera as the Russian flight controllers keep tabs on the progress of the descent of the Soyuz MS-18 toward its landing site. And at the moment, we're at the point at which voice communications were expected to become choppy or to be lost altogether for a time. This might persist for most of the descent back to Earth. Just to give you some time hacks here, the module separation is expected at 11:10 p.m. Central Time, a little less than 11 minutes from now. The crew will begin entry into the Earth's atmosphere at 11:12 p.m. Central Time. At that point of entry, the crew will begin to feel the first tug of gravity against their bodies. For Oleg Novitsky, the first sensation of gravity in 6.5 months. At about 11:14 p.m., the Soyuz, with its heat shield in the direction of travel, will enter into the so-called plasma regime.
Readiness mode in order. Copy.
The entrance into the plasma regime will take about 4.5 minutes to complete. Peak heating on the spacecraft at that time.
Report on descent even if there is no COM.
The landing sequence is very interesting. The parachute deployment sequence for the Soyuz is triggered by a barometric pressure sensor when the atmospheric pressure is measured at about 41,000 feet above the ground.
Unintelligible. Let me hold up. It looks all right.
At 41,000 feet above the ground, the main parachute cover is jettisoned by pyros and springs. This pulls out 2 extraction chutes, which in turn pulls out a drogue chute, which in turn pulls out the main parachute on the Soyuz. It takes about 20 seconds for all of this to take place.
How do you read us? We read you with interference, but we read you. Copy. You are in readiness mode, right?
Continuing on with a description of the entry sequence, at about 18,000 feet, commands are sent to jettison the heat shield on the Soyuz, to inhibit entry control thrusters, and to open valves that vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry control thrusters and the oxygen in the life support system tank. Sometimes, depending on whether or not we have live video of that portion of the descent, you'll see a white vapor emanating from the Soyuz. That's a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. The purpose of that is to safe the vehicle for landing so that hazardous gases don't remain in the tanks when the soft landing thrusters fire just a few feet off the ground just prior to the vehicle impacting the landing site.
Закрыл хорошо, да?
Close well, right? Yes.
Где-то здесь вольтару это зачем? Не нужна. Перепад давления не будет. Это что? Ничего.
unintelligible.
Казбек с Москвы. КСС у вас в режиме готовности, я правильно понял?
If everything is going as planned, we should be about 5 minutes away from module separation at an altitude of 140 kilometers.
F3
Контролируйте до разделения.
command, monitor separation.
Вот. И перед разделением не забудьте отключить
Check bills
тангенты, отжать клавиши.
and don't forget to release the transmitter before separation.
The MS-18 with Novitsky, Peresild, and Shapenko on board continuing to make its way towards entry interface. We're about 3.5 minutes away from the scheduled time for module separation. Coming up on about 27 minutes till the anticipated touchdown of the MS-18 at the landing site to the southeast of Zhezkazgan. About a minute and a half away from the expected pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz. Flight controllers here at Mission Control in Houston, waiting for confirmation of module separation. Flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center have confirmed module separation. A key milestone, the heat shield now in the direction of travel for the Soyuz vehicle. This is about the point at which the Soyuz will be entering the Earth's atmosphere, and the crew will begin to feel gravity against their bodies. And that sound of the radio beacon confirming that the Soyuz is in good shape, heading for the landing site to the southeast of Zhezkazgan, touchdown less than 22 minutes from now. This is Mission Control Houston. Coming up on 20 minutes until touchdown. The Soyuz MS-18 is now flying the descent module free of the other sections. Module separation occurring just a few minutes ago. The spacecraft has entered the Earth's atmosphere and is in the period of heat peak heating around the vehicle, the heat shield repelling temperatures of some 2,500 degrees. The Soyuz and its 3 occupants should be emerging from this period of peak heating around the spacecraft a couple of minutes from now, 18 and a half minutes until touchdown. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the search and recovery forces, should be approaching the landing site about now. We are about 3 minutes away from the anticipated deployment of the parachutes, first a drogue chute and then the main chute on the Soyuz vehicle.
How do you read us? Loud and clear? Load 405. Integral 15. 7 seconds. 5. Last 7. And the pressure descent module. Inaudible. Copy. Everything is all right? Thank you. We are going to take care, and the load is decreasing. Waiting for the chute to deploy. Everything is perfect, guys. The load is 2 right now, getting less.
Готовь, что пойдет.
Standing by for parachute deployment. Good communications reestablished with the crew aboard the Soyuz.
О, какой кайф.
Perfect. Great.
Клим, не крути, сядь. Сейчас хорошо придется, болтать будет.
Unintelligible.
Voice and data soon to be relayed through an Antonov fixed-wing aircraft at the landing site. We're about 14 minutes away from touchdown. "13 minutes until touchdown. Standing by for confirmation of shoot deploy." This is Mission Control Houston. Now just 11 and a half minutes until touchdown. And the reports from the search and recovery forces confirming a good parachute deploy. Everything continuing to go by the book. Once again, even though we don't have video from the landing site yet at this point, we have received confirmation from the Russian Mission Control Center of a good parachute deploy. 10 and a half minutes until touchdown. This is Mission Control Houston. Our first view of the Soyuz MS-18 now. About 9.5 minutes until touchdown. The main chute fully deployed. Everything on time. The crew reporting they are feeling well. Data, telemetry, and voice being relayed through an Antonov fixed-wing aircraft at the landing site. Russian Mi-8 helicopters are now in a racetrack pattern, ready to greet the crew following touchdown.
19 inaudible, 10 in the first one, and 10.5 in the second.
Появилась высота 4200 показывает.
420 is altitude.
ПСС как приняли высоту?
And how do you copy? 420, we copy. This is search and rescue team. 16 and 17 in the first and 2, and 8 and 2. Copy, perfect.
Ладно.
8 minutes until touchdown, everything proceeding in very good fashion. The Soyuz MS-18, Oleg Novitsky, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat, flanked to his left by Russian producer-director Klim Shipenko, and on his right by Russian actress Yulia Peresild, just minutes away from returning to Earth and a landing some 92 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. It is Sunday morning on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Clear skies, light winds, temperatures in the low to mid-40s.
Попробуйте еще подтянуться. Хотя бы чуть-чуть. Он, наверное, уже хорошо. Спиной ложение чувствуете? Нормально? Да, еще.
Do you see the seat liner tight to your back? Yes, tight, very tight. Two 400 is altitude. Copy.
Высота 3200.
3200. 493 is the pressure and growing. Good.
А Клим, ты передачу зажат или отжат, не пойму. А, нет, смотри.
Is your transmitter on or off?
Oleg Novitsky minutes away from completing a 191-day mission spanning 80.9 million miles. Peresild and Shipenko, having filmed scenes for a movie aboard the International Space Station for the past 12 days, returning to Earth. You see one of the Russian Mi-8 helicopters flying in the foreground, part of the phalanx of Rosaviatsa assets, ready to recover the crew. Once touchdown occurs, it will take just a few minutes for the search and recovery team to surround the capsule, erect an inflatable medical tent, and begin the process of extracting the crew from the descent module.
How copy us, Oleg? How are you? And who are these guys? These are our search and rescue teams, as far as I understand. Right, I tied my straps pretty, like I tightened them too much. That's okay. All right. 220. 220 is the altitude and 555 is the descent module pressure. Search and rescue team is unintelligible. Do you see? Do you see the helicopter? No, I don't. That's Klim. You're approaching to 200-meter altitude. 568 is the pressure in the descent. Repress 16.16.
Less than 200 meters off the ground. The crew soon will be bracing for the firing of the soft landing engines. Just a few feet off the ground, the information being relayed to the onboard computers by the altimeter at the base of the Soyuz.
Because we don't get a take two, guys.
Так, высота 1600, давление высота 603. Да.
Altitude is 1,600 and descent module pressure is 603. And we confirm 1,600. If you turn your head a little bit, do you see them? No, I don't. Maybe they're on your side. Search and rescue team. Well, most importantly, we can see you guys. That's search and rescue team. Well, the camera is also recording, so we'll be able to see it later. 1,200 is the altitude. And we confirm the altitude is 1,200. 16. Repress is 1616 and oxidize is 0.8 and 1.4. We copy.
Very smooth descent under the main parachute. The crew soon bracing for touchdown.
All right, guys, fold your arms, your elbows tight, and just get ready for the chute deployment. We'll see you guys. That's the search and rescue team. Everything's nominal. 675 is the descent module pressure. The altitude is 500 meters. Get ready, guys. Copy. Get ready. Don't talk till I tell you. 400 is the altitude. Copy. Altitude is 300 meters. Copy. $100 meters, guys. Get ready.
Standing by for touchdown.
50 meters. 20 meters, guys. Brace yourselves.
Touchdown confirmed.
Welcome to the Earth.
Touchdown confirmed at 11:35 p.m. Central Time, 12:35 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:35 a.m. Kazakhstan Time. Oleg Novitsky home after 191 days in space for Yulia Peresild and Klim Shapenko.
They landed vertically. Awesome, guys.
And confirmation from the search and recovery forces that the Soyuz landed upright, so they stuck the landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan, the 12-day movie-making mission of Peresild and Shapenko at an end. A smooth touchdown for Novitsky, Peresild, and Shapenko on the steppe of Kazakhstan on a Sunday morning. The elements of the search and recovery forces, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters and all-terrain vehicles now moving toward the capsule to begin the process of erecting an inflatable medical tent and extracting the crew. They'll be put in chairs right beside their capsule to have a few minutes to reacclimate themselves to Earth's gravity before being brought into that medical tent to get out of their Russian Sokol launch and entry suits and into more comfortable clothing before they board helicopters to fly about 2 hours to the staging city in Karaganda, where they will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for a flight back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. All of the events throughout the course of the afternoon and evening went according to schedule. The crew bidding farewell to their space station counterparts, climbing aboard their Soyuz MS-18, conducting leak checks of their spacesuits and their vehicle prior to the Soyuz undocking from the International Space Station's Nauka module, the multi-purpose laboratory module, the undocking occurring at 8:14 p.m. Central Time, 9:14 p.m. Eastern Time. The deorbit burn took place as planned, a 4-minute, 38-second retrograde firing to slow the Soyuz down, allowing it to drop out of orbit. And 54 minutes later, homecoming, with the Soyuz touching down on the steppe of Kazakhstan. You now see a phalanx of vehicles making their way towards the capsule itself. You saw the descent of the Soyuz under its main parachute, touchdown occurring just a few minutes ago at 11:35 p.m. Central Time, 12:35 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:35 a.m. in Kazakhstan on a Sunday morning. This is Mission Control Houston. We'll be standing by for more video from the landing site. You're looking at a live picture from a camera on an all-terrain vehicle that tracked the Soyuz's descent under its main parachute for the final minutes of its mission, having undocked from the International Space Station earlier this evening, conducting a deorbit burn and an on-time touchdown at 11:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 a.m. Kazakhstan time at the landing site on Sunday morning. The report from the search and recovery forces was that the Soyuz landed upright, so the crew will be extracted through the use of a ladder that will be mounted along the side of the capsule. The top hatch of the Soyuz will be open, and the members of the Energia and search and recovery teams will be working to extract the crew members one by one. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch video from the landing site on the steppe of Kazakhstan to the southeast of the town of Jezkazgan, where the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft touched down about 13 minutes ago, completing a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere after its undocking from the International Space Station a few hours ago. Oleg Novitsky home after 191 days in space, now with a total of 531 days in space on his 3 missions. Russian actress Yulia Peresild and producer-director Klim Shipenko back on Earth after 12 days aboard the station, in which they filmed scenes for a movie titled Challenge.
Houston station on 2 for BME TV. Go ahead, station. Hey, good wee hours of the night.
This is Mission Control Houston, about 20 minutes since the landing of the Soyuz MS-18 on the steppe of Kazakhstan. We are still awaiting the repositioning of television cameras and all-terrain vehicles by the capsule, and are expecting to receive additional television here momentarily. And now receiving that television as the ladder has been set up at the capsule to begin the process of extracting the crew.
Nobody's answering. Put the headsets on. We left it behind. Okay, quiet everybody.
Those are the chairs that have been set by the capsule on which the three crew members will be placed. Oleg Novitsky, Yulia Peresild, the actress, and her producer-director, Klim Shipenko.
Step back.
They will be extracted one by one out of the top hatch of the Soyuz following its on-time landing at 11:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 a.m. Kazakhstan time on a Sunday morning. And as you can see, clear skies, almost no wind at the landing site, temperatures in the 40s, almost ideal conditions for the return of the three crew members.
I will give you a hint. Okay, please, no one should be looking into the camera. Who is the representative here? Okay, please step back. I will announce. Yeah, because we may not be able to do it later. Okay, everything's fine. Okay. People stand here, please. Everybody remove the masks. Thank you. Are you ready? Yes. Make sure no one stays in the mask. Help each other.
And Oleg Novitsky being placed in his chair, having been extracted from the Soyuz, which landed upright.
Can we get closer? No.
The veteran Russian commander now with 531 days in space to his credit.
Do not step on the Do not step on the blue plastic. Yeah, fix it like this. Just a little bit like that. Guys, please stop dusting here. No calm.
Members of the RSC Energia technical team and the search and recovery support personnel now working to extract the other two crew members, Yulia Peresild and Klim Shapenko. Meanwhile, Oleg Novitsky on a Sunday morning, initial medical testing being conducted, everything in good shape. Novitsky having completed 191 days in space on this mission, which spanned 80.9 million miles. And producer-director Klim Shapenko now out of the Soyuz.
That way. You okay? Well, here you are, back home. Okay, all right. Come down. Careful. All right, keep moving. No. Step away. Step away. Step aside.
And moments away from seeing Yulia Peresild. The Soyuz MS-18 landing upright on time at 11:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 a.m. Kazakhstan time. And there's Yulia Peresild, the Russian actress, now out of the Soyuz vehicle.
Оля, Где вы там ходите все?
Where are you? Work in sync. Guys, please, let us do some shooting.
A rather large crowd greeting this trio, returning from space, including the head of Roscosmos, Dmitry Rogozin.
Well, did you like it? Okay, that's it. Now please everybody step back. Do you have a loudspeaker? Where is it?
So all three crew members out of the Soyuz, having a few minutes to bask in a Sunday morning sunlight. They soon will be carried into the nearby inflatable medical tent to get out of those Russian Sokol launch and entry suits and into more comfortable clothing. Yulia Peresild, the Russian actress, having been handed a bouquet of flowers. They will be flown in 3 Russian Mi-8 helicopters back to Karaganda, Kazakhstan, a short time from now, to board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for a flight back to Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow.
Вот мы вроде бы неподалеку, смотрите, уже совсем другой человек перед нами. Перед нами Юлия Пересильд.
We are very close to a superhuman being, Yulia. Yulia was flying to space. And how was it? It was wonderful. Inaudible.
Давай. Снимайте на мобиле, это сцена. Телевидение, телефон убрали. Ребята.
Guys, please step back. Everybody, step back. The entire crew.
Сделайте, пожалуйста, кроме группы, несколько шагов назад. Давай. Ребят, все отошли назад.
Everybody step back. Except for the support group.
The 3 Soyuz crew members will soon be carried into the inflatable medical tent nearby.
Приготовились.
Get ready. Guys, please do not do any filming on your smartphones. Do not take any videos, because right now this is actually the future end of the movie.
Готовы?
Финальная сцена и в палатку. Через спускай мотор.
И что?
Спускай мотор.
Да. Не забудь.
Давайте.
Там можно, в принципе, не поставить даже снимающую. Не сиди писать, пусть раз.
Хорошо.
Actually, there was some room in the descent module for it. Inaudible.
Oleg Novitsky having a moment to chat with a member of the search and recovery forces, a Russian nurse at his side. That is customary for all returning Soyuz crew members to have Russian support personnel, including medical personnel, to attend to them upon their return.
I'll see you very soon.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
And another view of Yulia Peresild, the Russian actress who spent 12 days aboard the International Space Station, along with her producer-director Klim Shipenko.
Now please get ready for the take. Film crew, get ready for the take. Camera run. Andrei, 5 minutes. Still waiting? Hurry up. What's the delay? Battery change. Guys, who has the battery? Okay. Stand by. Get the battery. No, he's okay. He feels well. Okay, ready? Camera. Take.
Well, the crew is getting its land legs back on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Part of the film crew associated with the movie Challenge, which featured Peresild as a surgeon flying to the space station to attend to an ailing crew member who was portrayed by Novitsky on board. The film crew shooting additional scenes at the landing site before the crew is carried into the medical tent nearby to get out of their Sokol launch and entry suits.
Ребят, на мизансцене меняем. Володя отходит от Олега.
Вот отсюда.
Да.
Listen to me. Now, Vladimir must be stepping away from Oleg before he's asking for handshake first, and then he goes towards Zhenya. Okay, I'll be right here. No, don't kneel, stand first. Please put away all your smartphones. Get ready for the take. Camera. Start. Take. Do we need another take? All right. Take 3. Everybody back to starting positions. One more time. Second option. Second option. Is everybody ready? Okay. All right, agreed. Ready? Camera. Start. One more take. Yulia? Okay. Let's do it quickly. Everybody get ready. Ready. Camera.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch live views from the landing site in Kazakhstan with the Soyuz MS-18 crew that just returned from their time on the International Space Station. What is happening here is that the movie, The Challenge, there are scenes here post-landing that are being shot for production in the movie, particularly with Yulia Peresild, the Russian actress that you see there, and they've had multiple takes, just like on a movie set. The crew obviously in good spirits and in good condition, supporting all of that under the watchful eye of Russian nurses and other search and recovery personnel. It appears now that they've had several good takes. The crew shortly will be brought into a nearby medical tent for post-landing medical evaluations to change into more comfortable clothing, and then to fly in helicopters back to the staging city in Karaganda, Kazakhstan. And now the crew, as you see, being carried away from the landing site near their capsule towards that medical tent.
Watch for the dead. Don't agitate any dust.
Klim Shapenko, the producer-director, being carried now towards another position near the capsule.
Everybody step back. And the crew commander Oleg Novitsky, we congratulate you. You're back home and we're very glad to see you.
Спасибо большое. Ногам.
Там новости Первого канала. Ой, сколько тебе еще? Костя, недолго, пожалуйста.
Kostya, please make it brief.
Ну, Костю надо останавливать.
Okay, we need to stop Kostya, otherwise he'll never stop himself.
А почему вы сказали, что
Потому что
Why did you say that inaudible? Because it was very difficult. All right, we need to wrap it up. Everybody step back. Step back. Now group photo. With Oleg and Yulia, but commander first. And then us next.
Командир коста несут.
Okay.
It appears as if the crew now will be carried towards the medical tent with post-landing filming of some scenes for the movie Challenge having been completed.
Yes, please take this for now.
Novitsky being carried first.
Second measurement here. Okay.
This is a Russian tradition to have the Soyuz commander sign the outside of his spacecraft.
Мы опять поедем?
Oh, we still have to ride this vehicle, yes. All right. The commander left his autograph. Yulia, you are the best. Okay. Let's approach the descent module. Keep filming. No? Come from that side. Excuse us?
And Novitsky now in the medical tent, soon to be followed by Peresild and Shapenko. Actress Yulia Peresild now about to enter the medical tent. And Klim Shapenko now being carried toward the medical tent. So all three crew members, Oleg Novitsky, Yulia Peresild, and Klim Shapenko, now at the medical tent to get out of their Sokol launch and entry suits and into more comfortable clothing before they are loaded onto Russian Mi-8 helicopters for the flight back to the staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan, where they will board Russian a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for the flight back to Star City, Russia, and their training base. So with all three crew members safely back on Earth and in the medical tent at the landing site in Kazakhstan, the landing went about as well as can be expected by the book. Some replays of the landing that you saw earlier in our live coverage of the return of the Soyuz MS-18, with the landing occurring at 11:35 p.m. Central Time, 12:35 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:35 a.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan on Sunday morning. Novitsky wrapping up 191 days on the International Space Station, now 531 days in space on his 3 missions, Parasild and Shapenko, expanding a new dimension in space commercialization by spending 12 days on the orbital outpost, filming a movie titled Challenge, in which Parasild portrayed a surgeon attending to an ailing crew member.
Here?
The launch of Parasild and Shapenko occurring on October 5th on the Soyuz MS-19 spacecraft that remains at the International Space Station along with its commander, Anton Shkaplerov, now part of the Expedition 66 crew. Shkaplerov to return to Earth next March with NASA's Mark Vande Hei and Russian cosmonaut Pyotr Dubrov. So with that, we'll wrap up our coverage for tonight. A safe landing for the Soyuz MS-18 and its 3 crew members, Novitsky, Parasild, and Shapenko, safely back on Earth. Thanks for joining us throughout the course of the day and the evening. We wish you a great weekend, and that's it for now from Mission Control in Houston.
Many pilots today don't go out with an immediate concern on their flight that they're going to run into the ground.
There is a problem in aviation of controlled flight into terrain.
Controlled flight into terrain is a case where you have a perfectly healthy aircraft
Thank you.